Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will begin shortly. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We will begin shortly. Thank you. Opet treći plan mora ići. Ladies and gentlemen, please, can you be seated? Can you go to your seats? We will begin shortly. Thank you.
The events of last year have tested global energy security like never before. As we pursue cleaner and more dynamic energy systems and confront the growing threats to energy infrastructure, we see the critical importance of energy diversification, physical and cyber security, energy resilience and equity, and carbon-free power. These critical needs and opportunities are at the heart of what unites the United States with its Eastern and Central European partners. Collectively, we form the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy and Climate Cooperation, or P-TECC, an initiative focused on tackling our shared climate and energy security challenges while fostering clean energy jobs on both sides of the Atlantic. Relaunched in September 2021 with an increased focus on clean energy and decarbonization, P-TECC is a platform we can use as a springboard to answer the most consequential questions we face today. How do we diversify our energy sectors to ensure long-lasting security? What will it take to integrate innovative, renewable, affordable technologies into our electrical and transportation sectors? How could we collaborate across borders to turn the clean energy future we want into a reality? These questions and more fuel our work under P-TECC every day. Over the past 2 years, our grid vulnerability assets, electricity sector modeling, cybersecurity trainings, energy diversification plans, and other efforts have supported the region's plans for a clean power transformation. We're facing a pivotal moment for the planet. In addition to physical and cyber attacks on critical energy infrastructure, the effects of climate change, including rising sea levels, catastrophic weather events, and dwindling resources, mean we must act decisively to create reliable, resilient energy systems. Now more than ever, the world demands commitment and collaboration to reach an energy-prosperous world. Amidst these challenges, P-TECC is uniquely positioned to lead with new ideas and solutions while advancing our mission. Together, we can advance a just transition to a low-carbon economy for all our communities and find new ways to protect our energy infrastructure from natural disasters to environmental, physical, and cybersecurity threats. Together, we can leverage our commitment to clean energy solutions like geothermal, nuclear power, wind, solar, and hydrogen. Together, we can create jobs on both sides of the Atlantic to help our economies grow and thrive. And together, we can bolster the bonds of friendship and alliance forged among our nations, because only through cooperation and dedication can we establish a lasting energy security that is clean enough, diverse enough, and strong enough to build a bright energy future for all.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, thank you for joining us again for today's Ministerial of the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy and Climate Cooperation. We had an enlightening first day of business forum, sending strong messages with topics like European energy security, nuclear energy, geothermal energy, but also future mission of rebuilding Ukraine in focus. Now it is my honor to welcome you back for the second day of P-TECC. It is a privilege to introduce our esteemed opening speaker who will commence today's activities. Please welcome the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Andrej Plenković. Please take the floor.
Dobar dan svima, sve vas lijepo pozdravljam. Good day. I will address you today in English. It's not the normal practice, but since it's a practice of the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy and Climate Cooperation Ministerial meeting, I'm sure you will all fully understand me. Minister Philippovic, Minister Erlich, Minister Fuchs, Vice President of the Croatian Parliament, Mr. Reiner, President of the Committee for Economic Affairs, Mr. Tušek, Madam President, Madam Secretary of the United States Department of Energy, warm welcome to you and all the colleagues, ministers of energy that have come here to Zagreb to the fourth P-TECC event and the ministerial meeting, the business forum, an initiative that stems from the 3Cs initiative and is fully in line with the global priorities discussing the energy policy, energy security, and the climate change. I'm sure that yesterday's business forum and today's ministerial meeting will contribute to a substantive discussion on the diversification of energy supply, decarbonization, and clean energy technologies, and that it will also highlight the solutions to overcome challenges of energy crisis and accelerate the green transition. This event is also an opportunity to bring together relevant stakeholders from private sector to work with the key decision makers from governments and to foster energy transition and to remain united and maintain our solidarity in the face of the serious consequences from the war for the world of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Last Friday, we marked a year since the start of Russia's invasion on Ukraine, version 2022. Croatia condemned this Russia's aggressor position and has extended full solidarity with Ukrainian people, Ukrainian government, and has been completely aligned with the efforts of our partners and allies within the European Union and NATO in providing unwavering support to Ukraine. As a country that has also endured the horrors of military aggression, Croatia fully understands the plight of the Ukrainian people, and we will continue to support Ukraine in political, diplomatic, financial, humanitarian, and military support. We are also ready to help Ukraine in its post-war recovery. Croatia, who has over the past years, after being a war-torn country in the 90s, completed its European and NATO integration in 2009 and 2013, has just on the 1st January of this year rounded this process of deeper integration with its accession to the Schengen area and the Eurozone, thus becoming a part of a privileged club of only 15 countries in the world to share this quadruple membership. We as a country and as well as society and economy have clearly benefited from the membership in the European Union, and our experience can serve as an encouragement to Ukraine and other countries also of the Eastern Partnership who wish to join the European Union, but also to our neighbors in Southeast Europe, all of them deserving and wanting to live in peace and democracy and prosperity. I would like to say that Croatia, in this context of the energy crisis that is, I would say, determining the policies of the international organizations, of governments, states, businesses, has clearly understood that we should be acting together. And I think that the element of unity of the international, I would say, Western countries who share the same values was pivotal in addressing the consequences of Russia's aggression against Ukraine. The energy sector the crisis of the energy sector has hit all sectors of economy. And there is no doubt that we as national governments, as the European Union, had to take unprecedented measures in order to alleviate the consequences of this crisis. We had to avoid the looming social divide, and we had to undertake measures to reduce the inflationary pressures on households' purchasing power. We faced the major geopolitical upheavals and unprecedented energy price hikes throughout the 2022. In that context, my government has adopted 3 packages worth 3.6 billion euros to help businesses, to help households, to help those most vulnerable. And in this process, we did not forget literally anyone. We wanted to keep the social cohesion in our society, to avoid the social fracture which would have threatened the functioning of the whole society, economy, and the country. And in that respect, the entire European Union has shown an incredible skill in sending the right messages to the markets. I personally attended a series of regular and extraordinary meetings that we had at the highest level together with our energy ministers, where we undertaken decisions who influenced the markets, who influenced the stocks, who influenced the traders' behavior, and thus eventually managed to turn the tide of the hike of the prices, helping thus our businesses and our citizens. I would like to recapitulate a little bit what we did. We have agreed to ban the import of oil from Russia and set a price cap for a crude oil originating or being exported from Russia. With regard to gas, on the basis of the proposals of the European Commission, whose representative I also greet today here at the P-TECC Ministerial, we agreed on maximum filling of gas storages during the last year, and Croatia was extremely successful from that point of view. We have reduced the consumption. We have introduced a cap on electricity revenues and solidarity contribution from the fossil sector, and finally a cap on gas prices. We have demonstrated our ability to act swiftly and to act together, thus showing a collective response and determination to quickly reduce our energy dependence on Russia. The whole question all the time was how long was it going to take us and whether we will be in jeopardy of the energy supplies in this unprecedented context. However, this has not happened. When we look at what the European Union is doing today, it is clear that our priority must be to ensure the strategic autonomy. We've been talking about strategic autonomy for the last couple of years a lot, but perhaps when the idea was launched, nobody thought it was going to be so quickly needed in the energy sector. And therefore, we need to develop our capabilities to strengthen our internal and external security. The lessons learned for us tell us that we must increase strategic investments and ensure our economic competitiveness and reduce our vulnerability, especially in the energy sector. The first requirement of strong economies is energy security. And when we talk about renewable energies, it means securing metals and rare earths, which could soon become the next big geopolitical challenge. This implies that Europe gives itself the means to exploit its own mining resources responsibly and as environmentally friendly as possible. This is also the price to pay for our independence and energy transition. For its part, Croatia can make a significant contribution to the diversification of the supply of energy sources to its neighbors and other countries of Central and Southeastern Europe. Even more, given its energy infrastructure and its unique geographical position, opening Central Europe to the Mediterranean, Croatia can become an energy hub for our region. With long-term vision, we have taken strategic decisions for our energy independence, but which can also benefit our neighboring countries. One of the most far-sighted decisions of my government in our first term was to end a 4 decades-long debate in the Croatia's energy sector, whether we need or whether we do not need the liquefied natural gas terminal on the island of Krk. We have managed to provide 101 million euros from the INEA funds, the European Union funds. The government made a bold decision to add another 100 million. Our companies, Croatian electro-energetic company HEP and the gas company Plinacro added another, I believe, 33 or 34 million euros. And we invested into the LNG Croatia. We invested into the increased capacities of pipelines. And thus, we have ensured our own energy security when it comes to gas. Not only that, the initial capacity of the terminal, which was 2.6 billion cubic meters, was already fine-tuned to 2.9. And the last summer, in the context of the energy crisis, the government has made a decision to increase the capacity of the LNG Croatia from 2.9 to 6.1 billion cubic meters, thus making an investment which will give us additional capacity to provide gas to our neighbors, especially through the existing pipelines, and they go towards Hungary, of course, and Slovenia. But we are not only discussing with our neighbors or wider neighborhood, Bosnia and Herzegovina, southern connection from the north of Split towards the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, but also a very strong interest from our neighbors in Austria and Bavaria to ensure that Krk terminal with its extension can provide gas to those countries as well. We are also studying possibilities, and this is something which is important for the energy ministers to know, that at the island of Krk we could easily host an LNG terminal up to 15 or 20 million cubic meters. So there is a huge potential for this part of Europe. Another project which has been in the debate is the Ionian Adriatic pipeline that would connect Greece to Croatia through Albania and Montenegro. The important political strategic aspect of this project is, of course, that all countries at the Adriatic shore are NATO members. And in this context, I need not to explain more what such a pipeline would mean. The energy security of Central Europe can certainly be improved by such an Adria pipeline, which would have a large transport capacity, and the Adria pipeline is the one that already with existing capacities can provide enough oil being transported to the refineries towards Hungary, towards Slovakia. So Croatia's infrastructure today already is very developed. It can be increased. We can see the financial investments also from the Repower EU plan. We could use the loans that are available for us through the recovery and resilience mechanism from the European Union Next Generation funds. May I say a few words also about the energy transition, because this is a period where we have three elements. One, dealing with the crisis. Second, using for next couple of decades still fossil fuels, but already looking towards the future, and especially putting an accent on the renewable energy sources and trying to provide the best energy mix for the decades to come. The current energy crisis has shown even more that the European Green Deal and the Fit for 55 package for the green transition have no alternative. A third of Croatia's gross energy consumption and two-thirds of our electricity generation already come from renewables, which is well above the European Union average. We fully support the current direction of the European Union's energy and climate policy, which is more important than ever. In the long term, a faster transition to renewable energy sources is the only way to strengthen Europe's strategic autonomy, while ensuring that we can have cleaner energy. It is not only good for the environment and the climate, but it is also an opportunity for our economy. And it will benefit our citizens, who will be less exposed to high energy prices. When it comes to the transition to renewable and low-carbon energy sources, Croatia can be ambitious and will be ambitious, and we will adopt new technologies more quickly. This is why we are boosting renewable energy, our goal being to have by 2030 more than 2,500 megawatts of additional renewable energy sources. We have already invested significant funds to encourage the installation of wind farms, and now we are prioritizing our solar capacities. Among the measures taken this autumn to mitigate the effects of the energy crisis, we have abolished the value-added tax on the installation of solar panels in order to encourage the transition to low-carbon energy sources. The role of hydrogen and hydrogen technologies in the energy transition is now recognized. This is why we have adopted a national hydrogen strategy until 2050, which emphasizes the advantages of developing the potential of a hydrogen-based economy and decarbonization. Croatia is pleased to take part in one of the Hydrogen Valleys projects, which extends to the entire northern Adriatic region, also including Slovenia and the Italian autonomous region of Friuli-Venezia Giulia. The Clean Hydrogen Partnership has selected this project along with 8 other Hydrogen Valley projects for possible financing, following its first call for proposals. Hydrogen valleys contribute to the objectives of the Repower EU plan by increasing green hydrogen production. And this North Adriatic Hydrogen Valley is a flagship initiative in the Central European Mediterranean region, aimed at facilitating the transition to an integrated ecosystem involving industry, energy and transport sectors, and strengthening cooperation in the research and innovation in order to develop a hydrogen supply chain. Of the 34 partners involved in the project, 6 are Croatian. Those are companies covering the field of green hydrogen production and scientific institutions planning to establish a regional knowledge center. Besides hydrogen, there are also great opportunities in the field of geothermal energy. The Pannonian Plain, which extends over the northern half of Croatia, has a high geothermal potential, well above the European average. The data collected over the last 50 years for the needs of our oil and gas industry now gives us a comparative advantage. We use it today for the benefit of the green transition and the development of renewable energy sources, in particular geothermal energy. Thanks to its great potential, geothermal energy can contribute significantly to the development of our economy. Therefore, we have a large number of geothermal energy projects under consideration, which are likely to become renewable stable, and independent sources of electricity production, but which have great potential for heating and agriculture, especially in greenhouse production. Geothermal projects, and especially those envisaged in the Resilience and Recovery Plan and the new multi-annual financial framework, that is the period 21-27, form the basis for the future development of Croatia's geothermal energy potential. They constitute an important step for the positioning of our country within the European Union among the leading countries having activated this precious resource at a time when we have growing demand for new sources of renewable energy. The United States, as the world's largest producer of geothermal energy, already produces a large amount of electricity from it. We are therefore determined to continue our efforts to fully harness our geothermal potential and expand its use so that we can provide our citizens with accessible, clean, and affordable energy, while ensuring our energy independence and perhaps to serve as an example to others in Europe. We are therefore pleased that our P-TECC partners have recognized the importance of geothermal energy in these parts of Europe, and I welcome the creation today at the fourth ministerial meeting of the P-TECC of a new working group on geothermal energy. I see it as a strong signal in favor of the development of this source of energy. I congratulate all of you who worked on the declaration and dedication of this project, especially our Ministry of Economy and the Sustainable Development, as well as our hydrocarbon agency that has been extremely helpful in the context of this energy crisis over the past year, but also to the Department of Energy and the Atlantic Council. Ladies and gentlemen, if we want to speed up the energy transition process, it is crucial to involve the private sector in these types of projects and initiatives. And therefore, I invite all the companies in the energy sector, as well as other investors, to take a fresh look at these projects, which are all new investment opportunities for future growth and sustainable, ecological, and economically profitable basis. In the current geopolitical context, we should favor projects with high potential and which are at the same time of strategic importance for our energy security and in particular the Europe's energy independence. It is up to us to create synergies that will allow us to reap all the benefits of the energy transition in order to make our economy stronger, more resilient, and more independent. The energy crisis is far from over, and we must prepare for the next winter. I'm sure that this ministerial meeting, along with the business forum held yesterday and the conclusions that you will adopt today, will help us to deepen our collaboration on energy security, to overcome dependence on Russian fossil fuels, and to ensure the new energy supplies that are as carbon-free as possible. In that respect, I'm sure that we shall remain united, as we have proven over the past 12 months, and that the main challenge, the way I see it politically, economically, financially, from the energy point of view, is the issue of sustainability. Sustainability of Ukrainians to resist and fight for their freedom in patriotic terms, sustainability of the Western support to Ukraine, which should be non-cessant, and sustainability of our governments to do the maximum effort of interventionist policies so as to prevent the social unrests and crises in our societies. These three elements, in cumulative sense, will ensure that we overcome this crisis that none of us wanted or even thought about it 2 years ago, but we have managed to face it boldly and strongly, and I'm sure as the Ukrainians that we shall finally be the winners in this process. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful meeting.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for setting the tone for today's discussion. Next, we have a series of high-level keynote remarks to further expand on the issues we will be discussing today. First, please welcome again the Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Davor Philippovic.
Minister Plenković, dear State Secretary Granholm, dear Madam Grabar-Kitarović, Vice President of the Croatian Parliament, Mr. Reiner, my colleagues, Ministers Erlich and Fuchs, members of the Croatian Parliament, Mr. Tušek, all members of the Croatian government, my dear colleague ministers from Europe, I would like to extend my greetings to all of you and wish you a warm welcome to the second day of P-TECC. It's not easy to give a speech after your Prime Minister gives a speech, so if there's just a little overlap, you will forgive me on that. The experience of the past year has demonstrated an important fact. The Croatia is on the path to become the energy hub in this part of the Europe. No one gave us that position, nor did it happen by accident. This is a result of strategic considerations of our own energy security and the result of decisions for which the judgment of time has shown how well-founded they were. Let me remind you that for years we were forced to listen to various politicians and quasi-experts in the pursuit of cheap political points on the topic of LNG terminal on the island of Krk, and make Croatia a hostage to their limited understanding of Europe, the world, and the tectonic processes in the force. With the construction of LNG terminal on the island of Krk, which has been in operation since January 1st, 2021, we permanently ensured a secure gas supply for Croatia. By increasing terminal capacity from 2.9 to 6.1 billion cubic meters of gas, as well as strengthening the gas pipeline network, we will open up space to supply for other countries, thus becoming a clear stabilizing factor in this part of the world. The construction of the pipeline with the aim of transporting additional quantities of gas through interconnections with Slovenia and Hungary, as well as pipeline that would supply Bosnia and Herzegovina, will further strengthen the role of the terminal in the energy landscape of Europe. With the Ionian Adriatic pipeline, which was also mentioned by Prime Minister Plenković, that project, we will give an example of successful cooperation that should ensure gas supply to Southeast Europe, thus stabilizing energy-wise both Montenegro and Bosnia and Herzegovina. The two countries, you will agree, are important for the stability in our intermediate neighborhood. And furthermore, we see additional exceptional opportunities in developing the use of hydrogen, helping the transition to more demanding sectors such as transport. Investments into clean energy technologies will contribute to the transformation of energy sector into a low and, in the future, net zero emission sector, to the development of circular economy, as well as the creation of new jobs in Croatia related to energy sustainability, jobs with a higher added value, that is, higher wages for our fellow citizens who will work in this segment of our economy. We are also active in the fusion program of the European Union. Cooperation with Kingdom of Spain on the construction of Donetsk facility will provide sufficient information necessary for the construction of the first fusion power plant. This is a fantastic example of synergistic interdisciplinary activities between two countries and creation within a perspective of what was considered a very distant future. We do not hide our commitment to nuclear energy, the energy that in the last months was on the European continent given its long-deserved place as a superior source of energy and a way out of many emergencies. We also support an action led by France to include nuclear energy in the list of the energy that does not emit CO2 as a step in the fight against climate change. Croatia not only supports, but is a proactive participant in the EU's climate neutrality agenda. We look with pleasure and responsibility at the low-carbon future. We allocated funds and we are working on ensuring additional financing to speed up processes related to boosting renewable energy production and increasing energy efficiency. We will stimulate the production of electricity from renewable sources by 2030 with the aim of reducing CO2 emissions in the energy sector. We will upgrade the electricity system and ensure all technical preconditions so that we can stimulate the production of electricity from renewable energy sources by 2030. We do not neglect hydro potential and hydropower plants, bioeconomy and geothermal economy, for which we are preparing a development plan until 2030. As can be seen, we are focusing on achieving as many goals as possible by 2030 while also moving to 2050. The world as we know is disappearing. New distribution of relations are emerging, and in that sense today we are preparing intelligently and vigorously for safer tomorrow. We understand that no energy policy is effective if it does not include and involve the population, citizens, as much as possible. That is why we have reduced the tax burden on installation of solar power plants on roofs. Croatia, with 31.7% share of renewable energy in the total energy consumed, almost completely reached the old target of 32% by 2030, significantly exceeding the EU average of 21.8%. This tells us that we are on the very good path. Our national mission until 2030 and 2050 is clear: to be as energy independent, economically resilient as possible, with a clean living space, with citizens to a great degree living and earning through green and digital. In 2023, Croatia is stronger, more resilient and safer than ever, and in 2030 will be an even stronger, even more resilient and even safer state for all Croatian citizens and for all Croatian generations. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a successful second day of P-TECC and all benefits from the networking and socializing that it will bring. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for your speech. And now the perspective of European Commission we will get from Director General for Energy, Mrs. Dita Juul-Jorgensen. Please take the floor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear Minister Philippovic, dear Secretary Granholm, ministers, dear participants. It is a great honor to be here and to be given the opportunity to address opening remarks to you in this P-TECC forum. I'm very pleased to see such impressive delegations, ministers from European Union countries, ministers from our neighboring countries, and of course the US Department of Energy under the leadership of Secretary Granholm. 1 year has passed. We are still in a significant crisis, and the energy sector in Europe, in particular, has been facing enormous challenges. And in those challenges, in our work together, the transatlantic partnership, the transatlantic relationship has been absolutely essential in helping to address the crisis. Today, I would like to focus on three messages. First, what is the European Union doing? What is Europe doing to address the crisis? Secondly, how do we work with our neighbors? How do we support and help our neighbors? And in particular, of course, Ukraine. And thirdly, what do we do in this continued crisis? How do we ensure resilience and security? And what is the role of the transatlantic partnership in that context? Now, first of all, As the Prime Minister and as Minister Philippovic have said, really the European Union response, our common response across Europe, has been immediate, it's been strong, it's been united, and it has proven effective. Within weeks of the invasion by Russia into Ukraine, we in the European Commission proposed Repower EU, a plan to cut our dependence on Russian fossil fuel by reducing our overall consumption, by accelerating the rollout of renewable energy sources, and by replacing Russian energy sources by supply from trustworthy partners. This energy shift that has happened over the past 12 months is unprecedented and impressive. Russian pipeline gas is now down from 155 billion cubic meters in 2021 to 62 billion cubic meters in 2022. We were dependent for 40% of our natural gas supplies from Russia. That is now 9% by the end of 2022. And we continue that work. We are working under the assumption that there will be no natural gas imports from Russia for next winter, and we are ready for that. Our LNG imports have increased significantly. We have increased our LNG terminal capacity and will continue to do that in the coming year. And the imports of US liquid natural gas has more than doubled in 2022. The US is now the biggest LNG exporter to the European Union. We have seen an increase in pipeline imports from our neighboring countries, from Norway, Algeria, Azerbaijan, and these pipelines are now close to their maximum. Our gas storage started this winter full, above 90%. It's still at 63% as we get close to the end of this winter, and we expect to be at around 50% full gas storages as we get into the next filling season. So how did this happen? How did we get there? What did we do? First of all, we reduced our demand significantly. We have reduced our demand by close to 20% in the European Union, a very significant effort and an impressive result. Secondly, we have accelerated and scaled up our rollout of renewables. We added about 55 gigawatts of renewables in 2022 alone, and we expect to add even more this year. Thirdly, we have taken measures for energy efficiency, and we have added new and better technologies. Heat pump rollout has been impressive. Just one example in Poland, where the increase was at 120% in 2022. And then we have strengthened our infrastructure across the European Union and with our neighboring countries. We have identified projects that were critical for our energy security. For example, the interconnector between Greece and Bulgaria that was inaugurated on the 1st of October 2022, a critical pipeline for the diversification of supplies in Southeast Europe, a region that historically has been dominated by Russian gas. We have identified further infrastructure needs. The Minister and the Prime Minister mentioned the Krk terminal here in Croatia that will be expanded significantly, and a critical infrastructure point as well for our energy security and our resilience. We're looking to the expansion of the Southern Gas Corridor, and we're looking to the construction of a second LNG terminal in Poland, all as part of our resilience and energy security. And we will continue, of course, these efforts to identify the necessary infrastructure and to help make sure that that is built as quickly as possible for our energy security. And then we have worked with suppliers. We have established a European energy platform that will help aggregate our demand and jointly purchase gas and work with suppliers like the United States and other partners in securing LNG and natural gas to the European Union, a necessary part of our energy system during this transition. And then we have been working, and this is my second point, with our neighborhood, with Ukraine, with Moldova, with Georgia, and with Western Balkan countries. And we will continue doing that. We have provided economic and technical support to Ukraine throughout this year. We started just days after the Russian invasion by a synchronization of the electricity system of Ukraine with the European electricity system, with the European grid, which helped make their system fully independent from the Russian system. And we have given Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova candidate status to join the EU and become full members of the European Union. We have provided financial support and technical support. More than 50 billion euros have been provided to Ukraine. Just as an example, we have sent 5,000 generators, and we will continue to provide aid and assistance to the Ukrainian people. And we have, of course, imposed sanctions jointly with partners. We have just adopted the 10th sanction package with a very significant and unprecedented coverage. As regards the Republic of Moldova, a neighbouring country, on the 2nd of November 2022, the first time ever, Moldova imported natural gas through physical reverse flow from the Slovak-Ukraine border, and on 1st of December from the south to the north along the Trans-Balkan corridor. So a change of trade flows and a good example of what can be done when we work together. There are many more examples in the region, and I would like to mention our work with the energy community, with energy community partners, as absolutely critical to achieve these results. We have been supporting the 6 Western Balkan countries, Albania, Bosnia and Herzegovina, Kosovo, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia, as well as the 3 Eastern neighbourhood contracting parties, Georgia, the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine, in their green transition, as well as in their efforts to become more secure and resilient by diversifying their energy supplies. Thirdly, in continuing our cooperation and support for this region, we continue our efforts to manage the crisis that is ongoing and that will last longer. The crisis is not over. We are faced with significant uncertainties as we go into the next winter and the winter after that. And again, the transatlantic partnership, the transatlantic cooperation is a critical element in our resilience, in our security for our democracies. To secure gas supplies to European citizens and to European industry next winter and beyond, we need to continue working to reduce our demand. I mentioned the close to 20% demand reduction. We will need to continue that within the European legislative framework. The demand reduction over this summer would help prevent supply shortages, and it would be necessary to achieve our 90% storage target by the 1st of November 2023. On the supply side, we will continue to work with reliable suppliers. We will work within our European energy platform, aggregating demand and putting forward a first tender for gas purchase already this spring. The transatlantic energy relationship is based on common goals of security and of climate, addressing climate change, mitigating climate change, and it is based on shared values and democracy, and that has played a critical role in our efforts. Our partnership is unique and stronger than ever. And we will continue this partnership both under the Energy Security Task Force that was established by President Biden and President von der Leyen just a year ago, and we will continue our close cooperation in the context of the US-EU Energy Council that will take place just a month from now in Brussels on the 4th of April. With the European Green Deal, we in the European Union have shown global climate leadership. We have enshrined climate neutrality by 2050 into our law, and we are transforming our energy system to achieve that. But the fight against climate change is, of course, a shared global responsibility. We count on further engagement and continued cooperation with the United States to reduce methane emissions in the spirit of the Global Methane Pledge under the joint declaration from energy importers and exporters on greenhouse gas emissions that was adopted at the COP27. We also see our fight against climate change, our green transition, as a necessary element of our energy security in making sure that our short-term crisis response, our efforts to become resilient, align with and support our climate agenda and the decarbonization of our energy system and of our economy. We have common challenges with the United States and with countries in this region, such as the just transition, the access to raw materials, reliable supply chains, while ensuring that markets are fair and open for both sides. Our transatlantic bond is stronger than ever. Our joint action with the United States, with the European Union, within the European Union and with countries in the neighbourhood is absolutely critical for peace, for security, for economic stability and growth, and for our democracy, as well as for the climate globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Director General, for those European Commission insights. And now to round out our keynote remarks, please welcome to the stage the Secretary of Energy of the United States, Mrs. Jennifer Granholm. Please.
Good morning. Standing here, I am just struck by how much Croatia is doing, the EU is doing, to be able to stand in the face of what has happened this past year. It's moving to hear how much work is being done to be able to become energy independent and energy secure in the face of aggression. Prime Minister Plenković, I must say that your team, your Minister Philippovic, has been remarkable in hosting this event. So thank you so much for welcoming us. About a year and a half ago, I had the privilege of attending the first P-TECC meeting that I was part of. And at that time, we inaugurated the new title by adding climate cooperation. Climate, it was, of course, the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy and Cooperation. We added climate, not knowing that 5 months later, that issue of climate and of energy independence and of clean energy would be all wrapped in this notion of security for the region and for the world. I'm also struck by the fact that this Croatia is the birthplace of Tesla. And of course, Tesla started his inventions here, the alternating current, the dynamos, transformers, went to America with 4 cents in his pocket and sold his patents to Westinghouse, who's here in the room, solidifying this partnership across generations, and of course, well into the future. We are all now pursuing, all of us, the war. I don't know if Minister Heloshenko is in the room, but the war, of course, making its ripples throughout the globe. You all have been spending so much effort in protecting your citizens from the impacts of this war, capping their exposure on energy, and finding so many ways to be able to generate your own energy, clean energy. And today, because of that war, our unity is stronger than ever. Our commitments to work together are stronger than ever. As President Biden said last week in Warsaw, Putin thought he could weaponize energy to crack Europe's resolve. Instead, we are working together to end Europe's dependence on Russian fossil fuels. So Russia has terrorized Ukraine's citizens, deliberately targeting energy infrastructure to freeze them to death. We have all collectively stood by Ukraine's side. And while Russia's actions threaten to leave nations, other nations, if not in the cold, certainly without access to the full suite of energy, we have stood together and acted together to avoid disruptions. So let me just take a moment to applaud my fellow ministers' countries for the steps you've taken to move away from Russian energy sources and the steps you are taking to move away from them. It has been incredible to see. What gives me hope is how many of our P-TECC partners have embraced diversification through decarbonization. As we say here in Croatia, such prescience to be able to create the LNG terminal on the Kirk Island. And in addition, such a high penetration of renewable energy that is part of the history through hydroelectric, but also is part of the future. I know, Mr. Prime Minister, you talked about geothermal. I don't know if you've all seen the geothermal handout that Croatia has put together, but geothermal is a huge potential, not just in Croatia, but all throughout. I mean, we in the United States see geothermal as I, anyways, an energy minister, lose sleep at night thinking, how can we get clean, dispatchable baseload power? What are the sources of clean, dispatchable baseload power? Geothermal is such a source. And if we can crack the code on reducing the cost for geothermal, we will have succeeded in providing clean, abundant, renewable energy, the heat beneath our feet. So I applaud Croatia for their movement into geothermal. We've also seen other clean, dispatchable baseload power efforts coming through Poland and Romania and Slovakia and Slovenia and the Czech Republic as they embrace new nuclear solutions, innovative solutions with respect to small modular reactors or larger reactors. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania pursuing offshore wind projects. Ukraine, of course, reimagining what the grid will look like when it rebuilds from the war. Across all the P-TECC countries, so many new renewable projects, solar, hydropower, all underway. And I'm here to tell you that the United States is doing our part as well. Director General, your list of the things that the EU is doing is so impressive. And in the United States, we're doing it our way. Many of you know that we passed a series of transformative clean energy bills last year, the President's Clean Energy Agenda, allowing us to incentivize the installation of renewables by a 30% tax credit on all renewable energies and zero carbon emitting energies, so nuclear, so geothermal, in addition to wind and solar and hydropower, et cetera. We also have billions of dollars to invest in the technologies, in the next generation technologies to make this happen. Where are the next Tesla inventions coming from? We have 17 at the Department of Energy, 17 national laboratories that are working on all of those technologies that we want to do the research, the development, the demonstration, and the deployment at scale for. And we're very excited to be able to have now the resources to do that. So just briefly, I come to Zagreb with three announcements here. For P-TECC, first, our department will be offering climate and electricity grid modeling to our Western Balkan allies, thanks to funding from our State Department colleagues and the computing power and expertise of one of those national labs, the Argonne National Laboratory. That modeling capacity will give our partners a deeper understanding of how clean energy technologies can be integrated into the grid and affect grid function, especially as many of us have on older grids. What do we need to do to upgrade the grids? What are the additional technologies that need to be added in addition to the renewable energy sources? So it'll help our partners identify interdependencies with one another and anticipate potential failures as well from disruptions. And we also want to look to prevent those disruptions whenever possible. And that's why P-TECC's Critical Energy Infrastructure Working Group is focusing both on physical security and cyber security. We all believe we can strengthen our collective defense through collective learning. So in that spirit, I've asked my Chief Information Officer, Ann Duncan, who's here with me today, to play a lead role in creating opportunities for cyber exchanges and training for P-TECC partners. And that will start with a focus on forensics and incident response techniques for rapidly evolving cybersecurity threats that we're all facing today. And finally, while we strive to collaborate nation to nation, we shouldn't lose sight of the great progress that's being done in our cities. So yesterday we announced a new Green Cities Alliance to try and unlock that progress. Through that alliance, DOE's national labs, again, will work with candidate cities to develop resilience plans, and those plans will better position cities across the region to reach climate goals and to protect against 21st century threats, while broadening, of course, access to clean energy. And that kickoff event will happen in Split, starting on Friday, starting tomorrow. So we look forward to welcoming mayors from the United States and P-TECC countries. This last year has tested us. Sometimes when you are in the middle of history, it's hard to tell because you're in the middle of it. I can assure you that we are in the middle of history making right now. The war in Ukraine has caused the geopolitical lines to be redrawn. And the question for countries will be, where will you stand? Where will you stand as these lines are being redrawn. Today is March 2nd in the year 2023. 50 years from today, on perhaps a warmer March 2nd in Zagreb in the year 2073. What will the history say about where your country stood, where you stood at this moment? Lots of pages of history to write, and we all hold the pen right now. It's an honor to make that history with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Granholm. Let us all thank one more time to all our keynote speakers. With that, we will turn now to our first plenary session. The recent events have bolstered the need for strong and speedy energy transition, but also higher level of diversification in terms of energy sources, but also directions that the energy is coming from. Energy security, the transition to a cleaner and more diversified energy future. It is my pleasure to reintroduce our moderator, Senior Director and the Richard Morningstar Chair for Global Energy Security at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center, Mr. Landon Darrins.
Well, I'll go ahead and ask the other panelists to join me on stage here. Really appreciate kicking off the fourth meeting of the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy Cooperation, Energy and Climate Cooperation with these really robust set of remarks from the Prime Minister, Minister Philippovic, and Secretary Granholm, along with one of our panelists this morning, DG Jorgensen. If I can go ahead and invite our fellow panelists to come on up, and we'll get started in just a second here. Don't know to sit down before you arrive, but I only have a mic sitting there, so. Well, we're thrilled to have a little bit of an express, we'll call this an express panel discussion, because we kicked off with some really brilliant remarks this morning. But we're going to come together to talk about, the energy security implications of transitioning to a cleaner and more diversified energy future. As the moderator said, or as the MC said, I'm Landon Darrins. I'm the Senior Director of the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center, and I am thrilled to be joined by three panelists this morning for a robust conversation on that issue of transitioning to a clean energy future. Please join me in welcoming Minister Bojan Kumar, the Minister for Environment, Climate and Energy from the Republic of Slovenia, Ms. Dita Juul-Jorgensen, the Director General for Energy in the European Commission, and of course we have Adam, and work with me, this is very not American, right, but Geborge Szwetynski. Will do my best. Mr. Undersecretary from Poland, Undersecretary of State in the Ministry of Climate and Environment. It's great to be with all three of you this morning as we dive into this issue of transitioning to a cleaner and more diversified energy future. Mr. Minister, if I could turn to you first. Obviously we've heard remarks this morning articulating that this has been a very difficult year for the European community, for the global community, for the transatlantic community. But the situation has also served as a catalyst for transformation. And I think, there's certainly lessons learned that'll be interesting to hear from you. And there's also opportunities to marshal momentum from this past year. And I think we've seen that in Slovenia in the context of some of the laws that you've introduced in the context of clean energy. Would love to hear some of your thoughts just to kick off this conversation.
Yes, thank you. Past year was very it's challenging us, especially on the energy field. And we took a lot of measures to somehow managing those challenges that we were facing up. Like you already said, that last week we adopt on a government level 2 law proposals just to introduce energy security, energy supply in the future. We just have to catch up our share of renewables. And we have in Slovenia permitting process very long, very complex. In that process is there are a lot of obstacles and many stakeholders and actors are involved. And with one law proposal, we address this permitting process just to speed up implement of renewables. And the other law proposal is how to establish in the near future as many as we could new infrastructure for alternative fuels. And those 2 law proposals, I call it mini energy reform, and I'm happy and also delighted to say this, to announce that we managed to adopt on a government last week. Okay, it's still working in a process of parliament, but in a couple of months, let's say that these 2 laws will be adopted in Slovenia and help us to increase and to enlarge renewables share, especially photovoltaics and wind power plants. With those 2 laws, we introduce many new things, such we prioritize areas on existing energy, road, railways, infrastructure, like highway fence. Firstly, in Slovenian legislation, we are setting up a regulatory sandbox. And we are also setting up go-to areas. So many things we are setting up with those two laws, and I hope that this is first and crucial steps for the next new energy infrastructure projects in the near future, because we just have to speed up our implementing energy projects into a life.
Director General Jorgensen, just building on the minister's remarks here, obviously what Slovenia is doing is being replicated across the EU, maybe not literally, but in terms of the scale of action. In your testimony to the U.S. Congress recently, you noted that the EU has reacted in unity to Russia's illegal and unprovoked war in Ukraine. You're acting swiftly and decisively, I think notably through the Repower EU plan, something you mentioned this morning. It's an opportunity to look a little bit more, draw a little further granularity in terms of your remarks, and think about how policies like Repower EU, like what Slovenia is doing, are prompting a maturity in the European energy market. Could you elaborate a little bit for us?
Much for the question, and I think if I may take the starting point in what you have just introduced, Minister, because this is a very good example of how we repower EU, how we become more resilient, how we align our energy security work with our work to transition the European energy system to become towards climate neutral in 2050 by the different energy system components. And so what you have just explained about your mini energy reform is essentially Repower EU. How is that done nationally? So very, very encouraging examples. So if I may look forward rather than look at what we have done last year, I think I've outlined, and other speakers have outlined, all the many achievements last year. And I think what will be critical now is that we move ahead with repowering EU, and that we do that in a way that supports our energy transition for that more secure and more climate-friendly energy system. What we see is that when we have higher shares of renewables in our system, when we are more energy efficient, when we have more different suppliers, when we have more diversified supplies and better infrastructure in our system, well, we're also more secure and more resilient. So addressing the twin crisis, the energy crisis and the climate crisis, really these efforts work together. We have taken over the last year, EU energy ministers jointly, the 27 meeting, an unprecedented 12 times in 2022, have taken very important emergency measures really to address the immediate crisis, to act swiftly, urgently. And what we need to do now is to translate that into the more structural action, to the more structural changes that are necessary in our energy system. One of the things we're working on now is our electricity market design, to update it, to upgrade it, so that we are sure that that electricity market design provides the right incentives for, again, accelerating, scaling up the investments into renewable energy. We have taken action on permitting. You mentioned the acceleration of your permitting procedures. We are doing that as well in the European legislative framework, again, both by emergency measures, but also by more structural changes that help designate go-to areas and that recognize the overriding public interest in investments into energy infrastructure as part of our resilience, as part of our security, but again, also as a way to address the climate crisis. So turning this repower emergency, the urgent response, into the structural changes of the energy transition, making the necessary investments in infrastructure, whether that's LNG terminals, where that is needed, but also infrastructure, additional grids infrastructure that is related to the green transition and to more renewables in the system. So a lot ongoing in making that change permanent and structural, again, for our security, for our resilience, and in order for us to address the climate crisis.
Mr. Undersecretary, just continuing this dialogue about the transformation going on in Europe, you know, I think Poland is often held out as quite an example of maybe even prescient in terms of thinking about the energy crisis that could be on the horizon. And, you know, the ability for Poland to plan in its commercial relationship with Gazprom at the end of 2022, even before Russian gas cutoffs began in April, those kind of actions are very characteristic of how at least Washington, D.C. views Poland. And I'm curious to hear from you, your perspective, both in terms of the policies that are being acted, but, you know, using that kind of forward-looking vision for how Poland's applying these transformations and changes both to the gas market and maybe the renewable energy sector as well.
Yeah, it's true that in Poland we've had very much a strong focus on the strategic dimension of energy policy and the impact of the decision we take in terms of structuring our energy market, the impact it has for our own security, and the fact that sometimes some investments that from a commercial perspective may seem redundant are actually critical from a security perspective. What you mentioned, I mean, we have been preparing for years to end our relations with Gazprom. We actually notified our intention, according to the contract, 3 years in advance in 2019 to end that contract. So, I mean, the recent invasion of Ukraine by Russia only precipitated that what we were planning for some time. So it's not a surprise from that perspective that we were maybe in a better position than others. But I think that, you know, this dimension of diversification of supply is only one of the elements that is, to me, a lessons learned from the current crisis. Another one I would say is the diversification of the electricity generation. We've seen also this in the recent year, how if we are all relying on gas to supplement renewables, It is also creating major tensions in the markets at times when there was not enough wind across Europe, and the difficulties we know on the gas market. We've seen those challenges. So I think in the future, from a strategic perspective, it's important to have also a well-balanced electricity mix in the different member states that will provide that stability and higher resilience to future crises.
I'm really glad that you brought up the topic of the electricity market because, Mr. Kumar, I recognize that Slovenia is also investing billions of dollars between now and 2032 to improve your electricity distribution system. These are important types of grid investments for energy security, for enabling cleaner energies to be a part of the mix. How is Slovenia working to make the grid more flexible to deal with greater demand? What do these investments mean for your country?
Yeah, I think that we all think that the key role will play and to modernize electricity distribution system. If we want to increase new technologies to connect them to electricity distribution system, to increase renewable shares, heat pumps, charging points for electrical vehicles, stations for alternative fuels, and a lot of new technologies. All those new technologies, all those, let's say, green energy infrastructure, we have to connect to the distribution system, and we have to prepare distribution system to all those new technologies that is already here, and we are taking whatever we have to do to prepare not only financing but all other measures, legislation, permitting processes, and so on, just to avoid some obstacles there that are in existing legislation. And according to our national energy and climate plan, which we adopted 3 years ago, we are planning to financing to reshape electricity distribution system sharply around 3.5 billion in the next 10 years. And this will be a key how we'll be successful in this process in the next years.
Director General Jurgensen, obviously planning is one component of this element of introducing these new technologies, as the Minister talks about. Finance is another. And as we look at the EU work on restructuring towards a common energy market that fairly reflects the value for renewable energy, how do we achieve the incentives to make sure that we have the financial incentives for investing in clean energy technologies while allowing the market to still drive, the true signals for demand and supply?
Well, that's exactly one of the key objectives of the electricity market design reform that we are working on, making sure that the market works in the sense that the market has given us security of supply. It has helped build a well-functioning electricity system. We have gone through this year of crisis, and as you have said, Adam, the crises have been multifaceted because in addition to the risks on the natural gas markets, to the reduction in supplies, we saw significant reduction in electricity generation because of droughts in Europe, because of less wind in periods of the summer. So it's been quite a challenging situation, and we've seen a functioning electricity market, a functioning electricity system across the European Union, no blackouts, no shortages, despite the very significant challenges. So we need to protect that market, but we need to improve it so that it does provide the right incentives and the right abilities to finance renewable energy built out as a priority. So in the reform, we're looking at how best to do that, and there are different aspects to it. One is we need to increase the flexibility in the system. As you have said, there are the specificities of renewable energy is the fact that it is not stable, and so we need to make sure that that flexibility is catered for in the system through storage, through demand flexibility systems, and we need to make sure the right incentives are there. So that's the first thing that is necessary to integrate higher levels of renewables into our system. Then we've got the question of access to finance and the stability in the market. And what we've seen over the last year with the very, very high energy prices and with extremely high natural gas prices driving up electricity prices. So we've seen high prices, but those prices have also been extremely volatile. And that volatility is obviously not a good thing for investments. It's not a good thing for financing. It's not a good thing for the cost of financing. And so we are looking at how can we how can we ensure that the market is more stable? And in particular, how do we improve the long-term market, the forward market? For example, we have power purchasing agreements, which is an important private contractual tool that can help create stability and secure long-term pricing signals, and thereby help securing finance for large renewable energy projects. We've got contracts for difference, which are a similar tool, but involved when there's government support involved, and again, a useful tool to secure financing and to secure revenues, stable revenues over a longer period of time. And then there's the forward market. How do we improve that? How do we strengthen that in a European context? And then, of course, there's the role of consumers, empowering consumers, making sure that consumers have the possibility to have, for example, fixed price contracts, that they're not subjected to that volatility and the extreme impact, both on households, but of course also on our industry and businesses and for our competitiveness. So those are just some of the aspects we're looking at in that context.
So, a lot of conversation here on renewable energy, clean energy technologies, new technologies. Mr. Secretary, I think, a key feature of the Transatlantic Partnership, specifically in recent years and frankly, even across administrations in Washington, has been a core focus on nuclear energy. And nowhere is that more present than, I think, in the relationship between the U.S. and Poland. Can you expand on the role of nuclear from your perspective in the energy mix going forward?
Well, actually, when I mentioned when I answered your first question and mentioned the need to diversify, it's exactly what I had in mind. I think a combination of nuclear energy and renewables and various forms of energy storage, that is the way for me to have a fully decarbonized energy system that can be resilient to different tensions we can see on the market, and definitely developing nuclear energy. From our perspective is critical to be able to provide the base load in the system and the stability in the system that we need, the supply of energy to the industry we have in Poland. Maybe in Poland we have this specificity compared to other European countries that we are a bit more industrial than others, with quite some energy intensive industries, and from that perspective these stable, high power power plants are critical in providing that energy. And I think this is also something we can observe from the current situation on the market, and where again nuclear energy can be a very good answer. And we are very happy to be working with the US and with Westinghouse on our first project. It's the challenge of having an adequate power capacity in different markets. I think when we synchronize successively markets in the European system, we look at their adequacy at the time of synchronization. But then when time passes, markets can evolve in different directions, and it's only in periods of tensions, of extreme tensions of markets, that we realize, oh, maybe in that part of the market we are actually missing some capacity. And that's why I think in the long term we will need some mechanisms, such as the capacity mechanisms we have in some European markets, to provide an additional incentive for investors to invest in those capacities, whether they're coming from large sources like nuclear, but they can also be coming from energy storage. anything that can help us stabilize our grid and integrate more renewables in the grid.
Well, speaking of time passing, we've done an accelerated panel discussion this morning, and as opposed to personally summarizing some of the key findings, I think the P-TECC platform is a moment for transatlantic partnership to think about how we can collaborate between here and across the Atlantic. I wanted to just turn it back, starting with you, Adam, just for a quick take, 20 seconds each on, what do you most hope to see come out of the transatlantic partnership that can help us pursue and accelerate this clean energy and diversified future between now and when we host the next P-TECC?
Well, I think that this work that we've been doing on security of supply, on looking at what do we need in the region, and we are working also on that with our partners, for instance, to supply gas, to talking with the Czech Republic, Slovakia and Ukraine, but also on oil, where we are in close contacts with Germany, who is connected to our port in Gdańsk. So these are areas where I think this regional cooperation is particularly relevant to increase the level of security of supply for the entire region.
Director General.
Thank you. I think what we can do together is more of what we've done this past year, first of all. And what we can do together is to address the climate crisis and the energy crisis in one and make that change together. I think if we make it together, we will be stronger, we will be more resilient, we will be more secure. But of course, that will require us to work in open markets and in fair global markets. Thank you.
Mr. Minister, it's sometimes hardest to go last because everything's said, but over to you as well.
I think that every crisis is also an opportunity, and we have to enlarge or enhance our cooperation. We did so much measures past year, and if we continue to work each other, to help each other, to accelerate green transition, this will take us to a better future.
Well, with that, please join me in thanking our panel for a vibrant start to the day. And just immediately following this, we'll get going on a really strong conversation around transatlantic support for Ukraine. So thank you very much.
Thanks to Landon and, of course, his panelists. As mentioned yesterday, we had quite an emotional panel on rebuilding Ukraine. We are going to follow up on that. The second plenary session is called Focus on Ukraine, Support and Assistance in the Wake of Russia's Attacks. Please welcome our moderator, Deputy Director for European Energy Security at the Atlantic Council Global Energy Center, Mrs. Olga Hakova.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the introduction. And it is my pleasure to welcome our panel on stage here. If you could please join me for the next conversation. It is my distinct honor to introduce our fantastic all-star panel this morning. His Excellency Ermin Halushenko, who is the Minister of Energy of Ukraine. His Excellency Denis Krevis, who is the Minister of Energy, Republic of Lithuania. Her Excellency Anna Moskva, who is the Minister of Climate and Environment, the Republic of Poland. And of course, Dr. Andrew Light, who is Assistant Secretary for Energy for International Affairs at the U.S. Department of Energy. Thank you all so much for joining us today. And we're continuing the conversation into the ministerial after a successful full day of the business forum yesterday. And thank you for sticking with us today. Russia is losing the battle on the battlefield. Russia is losing, so instead it is choosing to attack the civilian population and attack the energy sector indiscriminately, particularly the most vulnerable population of Ukraine, the elderly, those who are sick, and being indiscriminate in how it is attacking the energy infrastructure with 255 missiles that have destroyed half of Ukraine's infrastructure. Minister Halushenko, you gave us a sobering summary of kind of where Ukraine's energy sector is at, but at the same time, Ukraine is producing enough energy to sustain and to be able to provide enough for its energy demand. I mean, it is absolutely incredible. As we look into this next year and the priorities here, could you give us a summary of where are the biggest gaps in terms of the support that Ukraine needs and that Ukraine is getting, and how do we ensure that the infrastructure, as it's being fixed, that it's being rebuilt, that it's coming out more resilient, whether it's bearing certain parts of infrastructure, whether it's power lines or other pieces of infrastructure. Could you talk about the plans and priorities for this year, and where would you like to see stronger support for Ukraine's energy sector?
Thank you very much. In fact, yeah, you're absolutely right that from the 10th of October, we are living on the everyday attacks to our energy infrastructure. And it was 17 waves of massive attacks by missiles, and between these massive attacks, it was everyday attacks by drones, artillery, everything they could use. And the result of this attack is that they also failed on the energy front to do something. And of course, we see that already we withstood this season. And you're right, even today in the morning, I see the figures that today we have restriction of generation in Ukraine because we have a proficit in the system. And it gives us really strength, and it gives us feeling that we already win this energy war. But of course, we had the challenges, and that is challenges for the next season. During these attacks, a lot of things we rethink in our energy system. First of all, it's very important issue of decentralization of generation, because it was a situation when, for instance, we had the nuclear fleet in the west part of Ukraine, and we can produce electricity. But due to the attacks at the lines, we have to restrict production in the west, and at the same time we face deficit in the center part of the country or in the south part of the country. So it gives us understanding that we need to decentralize the generation, and that is the main task for before the next winter. And of course, that is also like a general task of let's say our recovery of our energy system. So we need to decentralize. That is the best point. So taking this into account, so we need to what is the best way to do this? First, the quickest way. So the quickest way, that is the solution which we already, thanks to our US partners, we already implemented, and we are working on this. That is the gas turbines, which could be used for quick generation up to 15 minutes. These turbines could be installed all around Ukraine because we had very good gas pipe system historically. We could cover all the country with these turbines, and we could put it in each region which had the deficit of generation facilities. And we see that that is a quite quick solution. So we could do a lot of before the next heating season. That is a very important issue, and we're really already working on this, and that is really the issue what we discussed also with GE yesterday. So we could have very good cooperation on this field, and that is very important. Another issue is, of course, renewables. And we could think about solar first, wind, of course, and that is also the solution for quick decentralization of the generation. So, and even from the military threats, for Russians, if we could imagine that next winter we still will be in war and they could attack us again, I mean the energy sector again and again, it's very hard to target so many facilities around the country, even when they could use missiles. We already see that it's more easy for them to target the lines, just to disconnect, for instance, the nuclear station, not to give possibility to transmit electricity. That is the second solution, which is also obvious, and that is solutions which in our future mix, because we already announced that we see the future mix of energy system in Ukraine, it's half is nuclear and half is renewables. What is also important, of course, the transmission lines. And first of all, this is the substation, which was attacked very heavily all these days. They already continue to attack our substations. And of course, we need to rebuild this system of transmission of electricity from the point of view of military threats. So it means that, as we did it before, of course, nobody expected missiles would attack the, let's say, substation. And we had some substations which were attacked 10 times. So they attack during this period. So they attack, we repair, they attack, they repair, and it's like running on the circle. But it means that the best solution is to protect this substation in the way they just failed to reach the result. Of course, the obvious answer to the future of Ukrainian energy system is the air defense system, and we see that thanks to the already the system which we received, the number of these attacks or the missiles which hit down by our army increased dramatically, so up to 90%. And that's, of course, influenced the damages. But what we see in the future, of course, that we want to develop nuclear. That is, I can tell you that nuclear sector help us to survive this winter. We want to develop nuclear, and of course, we need to speed up the green transition. We had plans before we have the energy strategy to 2030 in our strategy before the full-scale invasion. We plan to have 25% of all generation in 2030 from renewables. But now we see that we already working on, have a draft of a new one, and we want to increase this dramatically, and we need to, because really what happened when a lot of thermal generation was destroyed by these attacks, we do not think that it's a good solution to, let's say, rebuild it, because it's always very old facilities, and they use coal, and that is our green transition tracks to phase out coal is very important. And the war is speed up these issues, so we need to speed up our green transitions, not to come back to what it was. So that's the general overview. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your fantastic remarks and for the summary of what is happening in Ukraine right now. There's tremendous numbers of lessons on resilience and innovation that could be applicable across Europe, and also even for the United States, that we can learn from Ukraine and the way Ukraine is rebuilding and keeping the lights on. And every day Ukraine keeps its lights on is a loss for Putin, so it's an important thing to remember. Minister Krevis, Lithuania has been an incredible friend of Ukraine, just in the energy support, providing around over 6 million euros. What are some priorities for this upcoming year in terms of additional support? And at the same time, Lithuania is working on its own way to disconnect from Russian electricity system, and it's upgrading its system. And it's interesting because some of these components, as you're upgrading them, you actually are able to send them to Ukraine to help repair. So it's just a really fantastic relationship. Could you talk about those priorities this year?
Thank you. Indeed, in Lithuania we have enormous support for Ukraine throughout all society, and we have not only, let's say, will to support Ukraine at the state level, but this goes down to the NGOs, to simple people, to leaders of society. And we have many initiatives. Dita just mentioned that the EU delivered 5,000 generators. From those 5,000 generators, Lithuania delivered 1,200. 300 of transformers. Yesterday, to Ukraine arrived a high voltage transformer, this very huge transformer. German showed me the videos of this transformer arriving to Ukraine. And I mentioned each day we have a lot of initiatives from society trying to help to collect money to buy things needed to Ukraine in the military field, in energy field, and I'm very proud of it because we have very deep ties to Ukraine as a country. Our people relations are very good and very deep friendly. So we suffer together with Ukraine, and we are ready to help as much as we can. Now we have as well, German as well will join me. I would like to tell about another huge initiative. Our utility company, biggest utility company in Lithuania, decided to donate 10% of its profit because this year was exceptional and we got windfall profit, and they decided to donate 10%. And they sent letters to 50 biggest energy companies, global energy companies, to join the initiative. 5 biggest energy companies, global energy companies, earned 200 billion euros windfall profit. 200 billion. If both companies could share 10%, only 10% windfall profit with Ukraine to rebuild Ukraine system, it is 20 billion euros. 20 billion euros, it's very big amount of money, and this could help drastically to rebuild the system, to help now and to rebuild the system in the future. I think this is a very good initiative, and I think that we have a lot of ministers here, and I'm encourage them to as well to join in the initiative and to move forward with such great initiative. Concerning our priorities, yes, one of the main our priorities, besides decarbonization and development of renewables, offshore wind, onshore, and solar, is the desynchronization from IPS to UPS Russian grid. We still are in the Russian grid. We are not dependent anymore from security point of view from them. We have synchronous connector built with Poland, thanks to Anna and thanks to Polish TSO. We are on the safe side. We tested all the system together. Everything works perfectly. Some final touches are going to be implemented in coming year. So we are ready to disconnect anytime. So this as well, one of the highest priority for me, and as I mentioned, we are ready in terms of 1 year. We are ready to move forward with desynchronization.
Thank you so much, Minister, and congratulations on all the progress that you're making. I mean, it sounds like you're balancing a lot of things and succeeding, and it's fantastic. Minister Moskva, thank you so much for joining us today. Poland and Ukraine, of course, are deeply interconnected, and these energy interconnections are being attacked by Russia and are impacting how energy is being exported or being imported towards Ukraine. There's tremendous clean energy export opportunity from Ukraine. This has been mentioned during multiple panels yesterday and today. But there's also tremendous nuclear expertise in Ukraine that Poland and Ukraine could really cooperate on. And I also want to talk about the Energy Bridge project. I want to see what the progress is there. And then my final question for you, yesterday your remarks, you mentioned, the necessity to stop doing business with Russia. So I want to hear your thoughts on what should be included in the next sanctions package as well. So I know it's a lot of questions. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you very much. A number of questions and short time. In fact, we can all learn a lot from Ukraine, not only during war times. Ukraine has got a lot of renewable resources, a lot of hydro energy. So we already have existing connections with Ukraine, and we had a plan to build and rebuild new ones, and I believe that soon we will be able to transport energy from Ukraine to Poland or via Poland to other countries, but not only, because there are many connections. And it also shows the strength of Ukraine. We've got war times, 1 year of war times, and Ukraine is ready, and during war times was ready and did transmit energy to Europe who needed this energy. So it shows how resilient, how strong is the Ukrainian energy system. And when we think about synchronizing, I think Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia knows what a challenge it is to desynchronize and to synchronize with another system. And each of us who had this challenge knows how difficult it is when it comes to peaceful times. And we can't even imagine how difficult it is, and it was, to do it during wartime, when everything was unexpected, unpredictable, difficult to manage, and Ukraine did it. So if now anybody in my country, in European countries tells me that something's impossible, now I don't believe. Because Ukraine did so much with restoration of energy system, with synchronizing, that everything's possible. So when our TSOs, when our energy companies tell us that something takes like 2 years, I believe that we should shorten it up to 3 months, because everything's possible if we need it, if we want it, and if we give enough interest, commitment to the issue. And Ukraine, when it comes to energy, did even more than they could during the war. And this is example for us, for European countries needing a number of analyses, bureaucracy. And this is what we also learned during this war as European Union, that we can take up important decisions not only within 2 years, but we can do it in 1 month. Not additionally bureaucracy is needed, that we can gather 20 times per year, that we can find unanimity, that we can be solidarious, that we can understand each other. Obviously, European Union is about solidarity and understanding, but it's not always the case. And last year, in all areas, it was the case of solidarity with Ukraine, but also of solidarity within and between the countries. And I believe it will stay with us forever, this flexibility. And if Europe wants to be competitive, last year has shown us how we should act with investments, with decisions. We should be fast, we should be speed, without any additional administration burden, talks, some minor side issues, which usually are quite important, and they shouldn't be. And I said it yesterday, but it needs to be repeated. It needs to be repeated that Europe must stay outside any Russian relations forever. No transition period, no business as usual. So this is the lesson learned, and I really hope that we have this lesson. So if we speak about sanctions, it was one of a very tricky and difficult issue last year, but no matter the differences we had, no matter the differences in our energy situation, every single package of sanctions was agreed at short time. So I believe the next one will have the same path, with understanding that we are different, that sometimes we need some derogations, that there are countries who need some special time. Minister Kalushchenko yesterday mentioned the nuclear aspect, which is a difficult aspect of this war. It has never happened before that so-called experts, but also regular army, enters the nuclear power plant, occupies it, tries to manage this, tries to steal energy and to sell it to their country. And this is the case which happens in front of our eyes already for 1 year. Very huge danger to our economies, to our society, to our security. And look at us. We send missions, we prepare documents, but in fact we are powerless, because it happens already for 1 year. We are neighboring countries, so every day we are analyzing what may happen, what may be the potential result and influence of this action. So if we want to develop nuclear, we need to deal with this issue. We need to suspend Russia in International Atomic Agency. And we need to understand that those people being now in Zaporizhzhia, those are the only experts, because I hear it in many discussions that Russian experts on nuclear are so unique. Those experts, some of them in uniform, some of them not, now are staying in Zaporizhzhia and trying to manage this nuclear power plant. So we need to end up any nuclear cooperation with Russia. We need to spoil this reputation, because this is one of the challenges we need to face commonly, and I believe Europe will manage to do so, but not only Europe, all democratic world. So nuclear sanctions, next package, this is our challenge and our future we need to face, no matter how difficult it is.
Thank you so much, Minister. Dr. Light, I'm excited to go to you next, and I'd love to hear your thoughts and maybe some reflections on what's been said already. DOE, in partnership with other agencies, has provided tremendous support to Ukraine over the last year. I'd love to hear your priorities for this upcoming year, and then also maybe with a focus on the interconnections between Moldova and Ukraine and addressing those issues. And of course, once again, P-TECC is one of those initiatives that has been more relevant than ever right now, and Atlantic Council is very honored to be a part of the conversations and helps support this event. Dr. Light.
Great. In 2 minutes, I will not answer all of that, so just a fair warning. But let me just say it's an incredible honor to be on stage with these three extraordinary ministers who I've had the privilege of working with since my first days in the Biden administration. And so thank you very much just for the honor of being able to work with all of you and the cooperation we've had on so many projects, even in the midst of things that we did not anticipate. In particular, I want to thank Minister Halushenko. The first trip that Secretary Granholm and I together took out of the country was in August 2021, where we led the presidential delegation from President Biden to the 30th anniversary of independence. And I will say this, I'm from Georgia in the south of the United States, and so we have a phrase there, Minister Halushenko schooled me, right? He took me to school in a very gentle way, because we had, the first meeting we had at that conference was a three-way meeting with you, with us, with Germany. And you told us there, Russia is already attacking us with energy. We didn't know what was going to happen in terms of rolling across the border at that time, but you warned us that this would happen, and you said, and it will happen to you. This is the former German government, by the way. And you're absolutely right. And it reoriented the way we thought about things as we began to see the intelligence moving forward. So two things that we have been working on since then, and that orientation helped us to do this. First is on the emergency supplies now. Secondly is on the future. On the emergency supplies now, my office has been leading a Department of Energy effort to get tranches of high voltage electricity grid equipment to Ukraine with the help of landing it in Poland. Thank you very much, Minister Moskwa, and then transporting it to Ukraine. The first tranche went over with three big military cargo planes in December. There are planes now flying over right now, which will land soon. The third tranche will be landing this month with the final amount of equipment there, and we will continue those efforts in earnest. Looking to the future, though, I think we need to think about a few things. We need to think about some general principles for reconstruction, which I think all comport with what Minister Halushenko said. We should focus definitely on resilience for the obvious reasons, because this will not stop once the shooting stops. There will be targeting for going on that we need to be prepared for all of our countries, not just Ukraine. Number two, we need to focus on adequacy. There needs to be enough support. This is a moral imperative. This is a technological imperative. This is a policy imperative in order to rebuild the country. Number three, we need to focus on clean as well, for the obvious reasons, because we now know that one of the key ways in which you make energy security part of national security is you make it clean, you make it self-sufficient, you make it reliant. And number four, we need to make it exportable. And that was the other thing that I saw on that first trip to Kyiv in 2021, that Ukraine had the capacity then to become a clean energy exporting powerhouse to the rest of Europe. And we started working at that meeting, as you will recall, Minister Halushenko, and at the first P-TECC convening in Poland, which was just a few months later, on making sure that you would fulfill your goal to connect to ENTSO-E. And that has happened, and it's happened under the most difficult circumstances. And we will work with all countries who want to make that connection and to get disconnected from the Russian grid. Because once that happens, you open up the lines of exports. They're going to be able to not only create the resilience of Ukraine, create a secure system of revenue, and for Ukraine, as well as help the rest of Europe to meet their climate needs. And I will point out that before Russia started targeting the substations in the fall. You were exporting to Europe, and you could have done more in the middle of the war. So I say to all of you, the United States remains committed to showing that what Russia has done so far right now in terms of targeting Ukraine on the power sector is a mere pause. It is a pause in what we will see later in terms of increasing that capacity and moving forward to a more secure and more resilient future so that we can open up a new chapter in energy security for the entire world. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Light. Really appreciate your concise remarks. A win for Ukraine's energy security is a win for Europe, in Europe's entire energy system. Thank you so much to our fantastic panel today. Due to the time constraints, we will skip the coffee break, so please grab your coffee on the way out, and please join the breakout sessions. And once again, thank you to the virtual audience and the audience here in person in our fantastic panel.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for joining us. We are proceeding with the program. We are having now a launch event about new P-TECC working group on geothermal energy. I would like State Secretary Jennifer Granholm to give us some opening remarks.
Thank you so much. I love the fact that there is a hearty band of people here who are supporting geothermal, excited about being able to take the, yes, the hearty band. That's what I'm talking about. And at the next P-TECC, the room will be full because of your enthusiasm. I'm so glad that P-TECC is taking this subject on, and I'm taking it on here in Croatia, where there is such amazing potential for geothermal. I was saying to Minister Philippovic that I mean, Croatia is so, I've learned, is so amazing to begin with on the level of renewable energy that they generate to begin with. You know, 50% hydroelectric power plus 11% wind. There's another percent of nuclear that is part of that electricity mix. You're 15%. So you're over 70% clean electricity to begin with. And then if you add geothermal in, you could be 100% zero carbon emitting country. You could lead the EU. You could lead the world. Yes!
Sky's the limit, right?
But you know, the United States is really interested in this. As I mentioned earlier, that what keeps me up at night is this notion of trying to get clean, dispatchable baseload power. And so we have done a few things in the United States because I've really been wanting to see geothermal really grow. And part of the challenge of geothermal, of course, is the upfront capital costs, right, of doing a geothermal plant. Now, there's also geothermal district heating, which many countries in Europe are doing. I know you are doing. We don't do much of that in the United States. We just have not historically done it. But we want to, and we're excited about new build. It's a little bit harder to retrofit when we don't have the infrastructure beneath the cities that would be conducive to it. But in terms of geothermal power plants, we are very excited about exploiting this. So the first thing is that through one of the bills that were passed last year, the big energy bills, we are starting with $74 million for a number of pilots across the country to be able to extract geothermal. We have launched what is known as an earth shot on enhanced geothermal. So when we say that is that we know that there are drilling techniques that the oil and gas industry uses, hydraulic fracturing, that can be used, of course, to be able to go deeper and pull up geothermal resources in a way that uses the skills and the talents of the workforce to begin with. So we're excited about using this earth shot, and the shot is to reduce the cost of geothermal by 90% within a decade. So that's the goal. If we do that, then geothermal is on par with the cheapest form of energy. It already is when you think about the fuel being free, right? But it's that upfront capital cost and the life cycle of that capital cost that has to be amortized. So the real issue is how do you bring down the early stage costs and how do you make it easy for geothermal plants? So we have, number one, this first investment in all these pilots. Number two, we also have a 30% tax credit for the production of geothermal energy in the bills that were passed last year. Number three, we have a big financing arm at the Department of Energy called the Loan Programs Office. And that office got an additional $400 billion in loan guarantees and loans to be able to invest in next generation technologies, which enhanced geothermal is one. So we've got the whole suite of opportunity to be able to demonstrate that the heat beneath your feet and can be pulled up anywhere depending on how far you drill is a clean, dispatchable baseload source of energy. In the United States, we only have about 3.7 gigawatts of geothermal power, which is not very much for a country of our size. But if we were to drill 5 kilometers down, we would be able to extract 5 terawatts of power, enough to power the entire United States 2 to 3 times over. So getting this right would be enormous for our goals of getting to net zero by 2050 and 100% clean electricity by 2035. So we see huge possibility, and we want to learn from you. So I'll kick it over to you.
Thank you, State Secretary Granholm. I have to be honest and to tell you that today I'm second time in very not so good situation. This morning when I had to speak after the Prime Minister because he said a lot of things that I wanted to say, and now State Secretary sent some great messages about geothermal energy, so I'm really struggling right now. But thank you very much for the great energy and for this motivation for Croatia to get engaged in renewable energy, and to, even though we're standing good, we can always do better. So I'll give my best with all people within my ministry and government to even increase the percentages of the use of renewable energy. When it comes to geothermal energy, there are talks about geothermal energy in Croatia for a while, but in December last year we've opened up several tenders in order to start with the research on geothermal energy. We are having 6 research fields, and Croatia is rich with the geothermal potential, and we hope that all those researches will be successful, and then we'll be able to get 600,000 new megawatts of new clean and renewable energy. And when we're discussing renewable and geothermal energy in Croatia, this is a great example of a green transition, because all drilling wells were did in order to get oil. So drilling was used for fossil fuels. Now we are moving towards green in order to use those drills to get geothermal energy. So we are very happy that there is a big interest from investors, and people from my agency tell me that data room is almost occupied every day because people want to know, investors want to see how the situation is. So we are very happy that we are going in that direction. And today I also said it to the media when they asked me what did you and me talked about. I emphasized this. What you mentioned is that you are developing new technologies that could decrease costs of the research, and I think is great. So if something like that can be done, it will be definitely a big push for more use of geothermal energy, because all of you know that costs in order to make research, to finalize the whole projects are very, very high, and you don't know whether it will be successful. So this transfer of technology and all you are doing in the United States would be very, very good for Croatia, and I'm looking forward to cooperate with you in that segment also.
Great enthusiastic support for geothermal energy. You just took also my part because you were asking the question to the minister.
Sorry about that.
You were saying in your initial remarks about how is the United States supporting geothermal energy domestically. What is the role of the United States maybe internationally? Could you talk more about it?
Yeah, great question. I don't know if Jake Levine is here. Anyway, he's somebody here from our Development Finance Corporation, and we are super interested as a nation in partnering with countries on all clean energy, but geothermal is one area that we are looking to help finance with private sector partners and in partnership with countries. So that's number one. The second thing is, to your point, we have all of these laboratories that are doing work in next generation technologies, including geothermal. And if we are able to crack the code on reducing the cost by 90%, we want to be able to share all of that, with you in the same way that we would love to learn from your experience in your tenders and what you are finding out. One of the things that I think is internationally very promising is that the oil and gas the oil and gas companies have this, as I mentioned, technology because they've been doing hydraulic fracturing. They also have the intelligence about where the heat is because they have been drilling. They have the intellectual property over vast oil fields to know where the most promising wells can be drilled at, given what their experience is. We're excited. I'm going to be next week at a big conference in Texas called Sarah Week, and at that conference are all manner of energy companies, but it really started as a conference that's for the oil and gas industry. And we've been singing this song to them since I became energy secretary, so it's only 2 years, but about how wonderful it is that some of those companies are looking to diversify and to become diversified energy companies and expand their territory and be able to take advantage of this clean energy space, especially in geothermal. So one of the most promising companies is a company called Fervo. It was initial technology that was seeded by the Department of Energy. And now they are opening up a big geothermal plant, and they're attaching to it carbon capture technology. So they are combining technologies to make themselves indispensable to the oil and gas industry. And everybody who works at Fervo is somebody who worked at an oil and gas, not everybody, but most of the workers are people who worked in the oil and gas industry because they understand wells, they understand how to drill. So we see it as a huge opportunity both for international companies to become diversified energy companies, for us to be able to partner with countries in knowledge, and for us to be able to partner on financing as well.
Great. Minister, this geothermal story in Croatia shouldn't be somewhere in the future. We are having tenders at the moment. So to what extent do you think it will be a push for Croatia's positioning in this industry?
I think that just this big interest I was telling about a little earlier is a tremendous push, because there is a big interest of investors to the research, to the open tenders, and we hope when those tenders are closed, they're closed in June. They're closing in June, so I hope we will have, all of them will be successful. The part of Croatia where those research are they have enough heat. The heat is over 130, 140 degrees, which is very good for geothermal energy, and of course, if that is successful, it will be new. It is estimated around 400 million euros of new investments, and that will also boost up not only electricity production in Croatia, which is very important for the security, especially in these conditions, but it will also reflect on our GDP. And some predictions say that the world economy will slow down, that European economy slow down, so such a big kick should definitely be helpful. And I'm going to connect on what State Secretary was talking about on carbon capture project. There are also some carbon capture projects in Croatia, and currently I think 2 companies from cement industry are going in that direction. We are helping them as my Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development, as well as agency from my system, to apply for the EU funding and to capture that carbon in the wells which were drilled by oil industry. So that is something that we're pushing in that direction. We're giving full support for those companies, and I hope that both of those projects will also be successful.
Can I jump in? There's a number of, obviously, countries in this neighborhood that have geothermal potential, but this is one of the reasons why P-TECC is hosting this new initiative so that we can learn from one another. And that's, to me, one of the reasons why we're on we've launched this together, obviously, and that we're going to continue to work together on it, because it's not just Croatia and the US, obviously it's other countries too, and we want to learn from all of the experience so that we can have a best practice as we're coming out.
Thank you, and let me say one more thing, please. You said it right, it's not only United States and Croatia. This carbon capture project is between Croatian company and one Hungarian company, so they're actually applying it together. So I think this is a good example of cooperation in that segment.
When we look at the geothermal energy as a whole, where do you see the most promising uses of it?
Well, in terms of impact, I think geothermal plants for making electricity. I'll say this, in the United States, we have to add about, we have to basically double the size of our electric grid if we are to get to this goal of 100% clean electricity by 2035. And that means we've got to add about 2,000 gigawatts to our electric grid. That's a huge amount, and that's to replace existing fossil energy and to be able to add the amount of renewable that we need. So for me, I see geothermal as adding that kind of capacity, not 2,000 gigawatts, but I mean adding significant capacity. We're also doing other forms of clean energy that we're adding as well, but we see this because it is baseload power. It's 24/7, 365 days a year. It has over 90% capacity factor. You know, it's very efficient. That, to me, gives you the kind of power that allows you to have confidence that we'll be able to get to those big goals, assuming that we can tap the energy. And it's, you know, we're not going to be able to tap it everywhere, but there's huge parts of the United States that will be able to contribute to the overall goal of 100% clean electricity on the grid.
So basically completely different from other renewables, which are not 24/7, yeah?
Right, although I will say, you know, some renewables can be 24/7 like if you add storage, and we're working, we've also got a big energy push on storage, utility scale storage. But yes, this is unlike, and to that extent, it's more like, you know, hydroelectric power, which again is reliable 24/7 power, and it's also more like nuclear power, which is clean, zero carbon emitting baseload power.
In terms of decarbonization, Minister, to what extent do you think that geothermal energy could contribute, of course, with other renewable sources?
Sustainable economy with reducing emissions is one of the key goals of whole European Union, and I'm pretty sure that if there was no Russian aggression on Ukraine, that we would be not only, but we would be focused on reducing emission and sustainable economy. That would be the dominant talks between all of us. And when you're talking about geothermal energy, I think that's a great way to reduce emissions and to definitely it's an example of real transitions of what is sustainable and can be definitely green together. As I told you, we are using our potentials in geothermal energy in order to use of what oil industry did by drilling to transfer it to the clean energy. So geothermal energy can have a great impact.
State Secretary, in the past, we could hear that, of course, the production from renewable sources is very expensive. That has changed a lot in the last couple of years. Where do you see, in terms of expenses, geothermal energy in comparison to other renewables?
It's a great question, because I do think that this can travel down the same path. So we know that solar, the price of solar has dropped significantly over the past decade or more, frankly, and is now the cheapest form of power in many cases. Wind has seen that similar decline. Some of that is because of deployment, so you take it to scale. Some of it is because of research and development on new technologies, on new materials. materials. The same thing has happened with batteries, both for vehicles as well as for utility scale storage. We've seen the cost drop by about 80%. This, with the focus, this same trajectory can happen with geothermal, and this is why when we do earth shots, we've got 6 earth shots, and this is one of them, and we select the earth shots for the promise that they have in reducing costs. And so, for example, we have an earth shot that is on utility scale storage. Again, we want to drop the costs by 90%. And so those who are working on it have specific issues that they're tackling all along the supply chain to be able to reduce those costs to get us to the goal. And so the focus on this, very intentionally, is to get both scale as well as research that is happening in the labs deployed to remove some of the barriers that jack up the price of geothermal. It is a big capital-intensive project. It's not going to be cheap at the outset, but once it's going, that power is the fuel, if you will, is free. So if we can get there, it will be comparable, and that's why if we get to the 90% reduction, it will be comparable to base load power. So that's, and let me just say one other thing about this, is that you can't import a borehole. It happens beneath your feet. So to the point that we're talking about energy security, homegrown energy, as we were saying, this is homegrown energy security that you are doing here in Croatia. And that's what we want to do as well. And so for all those countries who have been concerned about imports and relying on countries who are not reliable and who may have malevolent intent, this kind of technology is something worth investing in for your people's security. And that is very exciting to me anyway.
And indispensable, right?
Indispensable.
Minister, what will be the European Union's policy regarding geothermal energy? Could states, companies count on certain incentives to develop their projects?
Well, when we talk about geothermal energy on the European level, I can say that geothermal projects played only a minor role till recently. And why? Because not all countries have a big geothermal potential. Other ones have a potential when it comes to wind and when it comes to solar. But lately, countries like Germany, France, or Netherlands, they are doing research in big cities in Paris and Berlin and Amsterdam in order to see whether they can use geothermal energy for heating. Similar things are happening in Croatia. There are several cities. They are not big as Paris or Berlin, but smaller cities in Croatia. It's Velika Gorica, Osijek, Vinkovci, and even Vukovar. We are going to see whether the geothermal energy can be used also for heating. And when it comes to financing, within our National Recovery and Resilience Plan, we have enough funding in order to support those geothermal projects, to do the research, to prepare everything, and then to see whether it can be successful or not, and afterwards to, how can I say, offer it to investors. So that's what are we doing, and that's how we are using EU funding in Croatia when it comes to geothermal potential.
Okay, perfect. Anyone have anything to add?
Just one other thing. Not, we're talking about geothermal, and I have been a politician, so I don't want to get into hot air, but I do think that it is important to note that geothermal heat pumps are also extremely promising. And so we in the United States are incentivizing, we have rebates for consumers to be able to purchase you have air source heat pumps and you have geothermal heat pumps. We are incentivizing the purchase of geothermal heat pumps as well, and very excited about that. But look, we're 6 minutes ahead of schedule, and to be very efficient in this geothermal conversation, I have nothing else to add.
Perfect. Minister?
I'm going to support State Secretary on that one.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I will just do it from here. So we have a breakout session in a couple of minutes, so we are going to set the stage for that. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We'll begin with the closing remarks very soon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again. Our time this week at the fourth meeting of P-TECC is coming to a close, but thankfully we do have an excellent lineup of closing speakers. First, it is my honor to present, representing the presidency of the Three Seas Initiative and soon to be our hosts for the Three Seas Summit and Business Forum in the autumn, the Minister of Energy of Romania, Virgil Daniel Popescu. Please.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction. Thank you, Secretary Granholm. Thank you, Minister Philippovic. Yes, it's an honor for Romania and for me to host the next Three Seas Initiative, and I invite you all at the beginning of September in Bucharest to have a very fruitful, a very good, also with industry, a very good meeting on Three Seas Initiative in Bucharest. We discussed today a lot of things. We discussed about decarbonization and how to reach net zero in 2050. We came here in Zagreb from the Energy Council meetings in Stockholm on the Swedish presidency, and there we also discussed about nuclear energy and about decarbonization. And I think here today we made a lot of steps, and the main thing that we achieved today and on these days is that together we can pass any obstacle on our objective of decarbonization and deploying energy and nuclear energy on Europe. Yes, we have to fight together. We have to fight together to have in European legal framework an objective of recognizing nuclear energy in the decarbonization process, because honestly speaking, we don't have this and we have to have it. Because I always said decarbonization without nuclear energy is impossible. Nuclear is a major role in decarbonization. Yes, renewables are on top of nuclear. We have to have renewables, storage. Today we launched the work group of geothermal, the possibility of huge resources of energy. And I think as the technology advance, the decarbonization target of 2050, it will be much easier to achieve. Thank you very much again for inviting us here. I thank you, dear Minister Philippovic, for the very good organizations that you have it, and I'm waiting for you all in Bucharest at the beginning of September. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Popescu, for messages that you sent. It is now my pleasure to welcome again to the stage the Minister of Economy and Sustainable Development of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Davor Philippovic.
Hello, everyone. I will talk very little about the energy. I will use this opportunity to thank all the people within the Ministry of Economy and Sustainable Development who helped that this conference is, in my view, and I also hope in your view, was so good. Thank you all for the hard work you put in. I would like to thank Mr. Mark Fleming for everything he did and all the people who work in the U.S. Embassy in Zagreb in order to help this conference to be so successful. I would like to thank Mr. Don Graves, because he came here, Andrew Light also, and all my friends, ministers from the Europe who are here. We hang a lot in Brussels or Luxembourg, so we see each other often. And in the end, I would like to thank dear Secretary Granholm to be here. I'm thrilled with the positive energy you brought here to Zagreb and with the motivation and support you gave us on our path, on Croatia's path to become an energy hub of this part of the Europe. Thank you very much for your support. And I'm very happy, honestly very happy that this conference took place in Zagreb, because this is one more confirmation of a great relationship between Republic of Croatia and United States of America. We are two friendly countries, we are allies, and I'm looking forward for a new event where we will continue our discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister, for this non-energy speech. We will now conclude with a word from our co-organizer. Please welcome back the U.S. Secretary of Energy, Mrs. Jennifer Granholm.
Okay, I'm so happy to be brief as well. Thank you for that great speech, thanking everybody, because I want to foot stomp that speech, as we say in the United States when we agree. So thank you for that. Thank you for your incredible coordination of this. We feel very strongly, Chargé d'Affaires Fleming and our team and your team have been working so well together. A great conference, yes? A great conference. Thank you. And to my colleagues and pals from the United States, the whole team who came as a symbol of our support in solidarity with Croatia, but with the whole P-TECC community, our fellow ministers, our friends, our family now. Thank you for embracing us and allowing us to embrace you as well. Because our teams are here and some who were not in the room that we just had the ministerial from, I'm just going to give you a quick recap of what we talked about in a little bit of specificity. Number one, we of course talked about energy security, and we talked about how important it is to diversify, et cetera. But specifically for next time, for P-TECC, maybe for 3Cs as well, ministers talked about wanting to share best practices, maybe even be more specific on some of the subgroups. So for example, we have geothermal now, nuclear, but people also said that they would like to see us also have a section on grid connections, cyber, more on a regular basis, energy storage, big scale energy storage for utility scale, for example, heat pumps, recycling of batteries, including the critical minerals in those batteries, energy efficiency, regional topics as well, nuclear cooperation, obviously, financing of these projects, of huge interest. The notion of having businesses here to ground us jointly is very, very important so that we are not chasing something that is not grounded in reality. Workforce development programs, also very important. And finally, Minister Halushenko from Ukraine had to leave, but he had some beautiful remarks as we finished out. And we all expressed how grateful we are that Ukraine is standing up so strong to Russian aggression. And a number of ministers said that if it weren't for Ukraine, who knows where that aggression would lead. But Minister Halushenko bravely said, we don't want to be the first of many. We want to be the last. We want to be the line to stop that. And the way you stop that is by standing up, diversifying, making sure that your energy needs are met within your own footprint and with allies whose values you share. And to me, that is what energy security is all about. Our allies who are here, we are shared in this common bond to stop the aggression where it is, to defeat that aggression, and then to build our own energy security in partnership with one another. In partnership, we can do anything. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Secretary Granholm, for those strong messages to close out these 2 days of P-TECC. I would like to thank our audience one last time for joining us here in Zagreb. We hope to see you again soon, and we look forward to many more years of fruitful cooperation under the Partnership for Transatlantic Energy and Climate Cooperation and for the 5th meeting of P-TECC. I hope you all have safe travels onward. Take care. I wish you all the best.